Oh my gosh, I just live streamed my Vault password.
Absolutely. Someone needs access to your local machine, you're good.
Yeah.
That might have been live stream
Oh,
itself.
right.
You can just click here.
I know. And then
Instantly,
reset.
instantly change this to whatever you want.
I can change this here. I can edit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and save changes. I'll do that later.
Yeah,
I don't want to
Yeah.
do that while I'm live streaming. Yeah.
But you
As part
should
of the
change
promise
it.
to build in public, we will publish our prototypes.
How does it feel to need to click that link to open the vault in the web versus changing the vault in the browser?
I'd rather it be in the app.
Oh no, I posted this as plow. Shoot. Delete this. Post. That's awesome. I just paid a bill. And it was like a bill I'd forgotten about. These are like the moments where you're like, you can do more, using AI. Right. How do I repost this? Oh,
Can you just describe what happened? You mute this one.
why mute that one?
Well, unless you want to talk to the whole office.
I can talk to the whole office.
So, like 30 seconds.
Okay, I added our Domo desktop MCP to Plow, which is OpenClaw running on my Mac, but it can be any agent,
Hermes,
Claude, anywhere. And I said, can you use the Domo map? Because I got auto-corrected from MCP. Can you use the Domo map to pay the invoice in Mercury? I already paid $500, but we should pay the balance. OpenClaw had just found an invoice that I needed to pay. So my agent had just found an invoice, and normally it like takes 5 minutes, and it's like you forget about it, you don't do it. So instead, I was like, "Can you just do it?" And it just did it. It says paid 2,200 to Van Landscape via ACH. ACH. That's interesting. From rental Eye of the Needle. Mercury confirmed it was sent and should arrive within 1 business day. This is interesting. I didn't realize we have the ACH details for this bank account. Let me just look at this invoice and make sure they gave us the details. View invoice. I'm like, what ACH details did you use? Oh shit.
Wait, what?
I don't see any ACH details. Let me just look at the payment. I'm really nervous right now. ACH payment. What ACH details did you use? Where did you get the ACH details? Okay. Let's I see a routing number and account number that we wired money to. Where did this come from? Okay. Okay. I feel better. Okay. The contractor had put in their ACH details previously directly into Mercury. And so OpenClaw just used the same info, just reused the info.
They did a real job, real work for you.
Sent. Let me sent 22. I'm just gonna text them that. Yeah, it seems like it did the right thing. Oh man. Relieved a little bit. I think so. See, I'm texting them directly, but normally I would like, if I had the Plow API, message API, I would just start a thread and ask Plow to send the message. But I'm sending them sending them a message saying I paid. Yeah, here you go.
Wait, so you gave the Domo desktop to your Plow OpenClaw?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what's the benefit of that? So it has the password vault?
Yeah.
Password from the browser.
Uh-huh.
Actually, the browser that can use it to password.
Right.
Yeah.
Rowan, I reposted. Take a look and let me know if you need any edits from me. Yeah, I reposted episode 1. That's what you wanted, right? And if I post on X, should I send the link to LinkedIn or what? Okay. I think I have it because you linked to it on the Plow page, right? You linked to our YouTube. Okay, yeah.
We're building Plow in.
I'd like to tag Plow on X, but we don't yet have an X profile, right? Well, yeah, like, yeah.
Okay, so Ian hasn't bugged me about this. I'm surprised he hasn't. The WeWork rent invoices are only in my account, but they go to his card. So he has a bunch of receipts that aren't matched. But they don't email, so you have to go into like the account.
Oh, interesting.
I always forget because it's not like on my test
Right, yeah.
list. So let's see if Plow can go and do this for us.
Hey, why don't I retweet Watch Me Pivot, Rowan? Um, yeah, yeah, if you post, oh, the, okay, once it's posted on X, I'll retweet. I just asked Plow. I sorry, Hermes, and it looks like it's opening my order list today. Completed, it says.
Oh,
So it says it looks like it has arrived. Let's see.
go get it, Daniel.
Yeah, I just need my badge.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Don't lose it, okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Should we? I feel like we should get it together.
Yeah, let's go. It's really quiet.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be back, y'all.
This
Mary, you should come. Bennett should come.
well, just so we're are we gonna be doing the free food tomorrow? Should I give the we went past and we're gonna push back
I think we need to go through the
8 to 100?
we need to go from 80 to 90. We need to go through the screenshots. So my hope is we can do it the day after. We can do it tomorrow night.
Move it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Wednesday then.
Yeah.
I'll get the heads up. We'll have push back
Do you not want to come?
You got it. You're
This is a big
agent.
moment
Okay.
for the company. If you don't want to, I don't want to pressure you to be on camera or whatever, but
Oh, it's alright.
and on mine as well. Or?
yeah, definitely on mic. Yeah.
Different mic?
Yeah, different mic.
Is quite.
Let's see, this is complicated. Daniel only has two mics now, so he's not gonna
Do
be
you
on
just wear
mic.
two mics all the time?
If I wear 2 mics.
Do you? Yeah.
No, I only wear one. When I'm
Here.
myself.
Okay, I'll just do like this and then you can do it like that. Okay, are we ready?
Yeah, then it's staying
Really? Okay. We'll be right back, Bennett.
You get his sad eyes
Uh,
on camera. See you later.
bye. Okay.
I came in this morning.
Uh,
The monitor guy
you're what?
on Underground.
Oh yeah, okay. I got his name. Yeah. Okay.
Just moved your card, or are you really stuck?
I've got two cards at home.
You got two?
Yeah, floating around somewhere. One for Abby, one for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. It's the real deal. Is this working?
Alright, who gets the chicken pesto caprese and who gets the chimney steak bacon?
Which one do you want? You want the steak? This is the disadvantage of letting AI order.
I
I mean, you could ask
I'll the real yeah. This is another test. Is how good were the recommendations? So let's see how this tastes. Let's try this. Let's see. Okay. All right. Look at that. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad for AI. Mm. Okay. All right.
You want extra tomato?
I'll take the tomato. I gotta say, that does not taste like AI slop.
Yeah.
That tastes like a well-made sandwich. So there you go. Uh,
Is your eyes good? Nice. Yep. That's oh. Would you like some water too?
mm-hmm. Thank you.
Alright, so Claude, we're thinking about integrating with a new harness like Codex. Can you please explore the code base and see what it would take for us to get there?
I know. There are several times where I'm like, eh. Thanks for the water, Daniel.
Cloud just handed my password over to Claude.
What's password?
My WeWork one. It says, Phil's secret call failed and how to return the raw playwright here to me. The error log includes the argument as passed. The WeWork password is now in plain text with context. Right in this conversation transcript. I'm not going to repeat it back.
Alright, so Claude, we're thinking about integrating with a new harness like Codex. Can you please explore the code base and see what it would take for us to get there?
It's getting trained in the foundation model now.
Which means we will be showing things now. We're building cloud in public, which means we will.
Oh, sorry, Bennett. I didn't see. What is
What
our
is our
what is
what
our
is our
sanction?
sanction?
Oh,
Oh
gosh,
gosh,
there we go. What's our sanction stack? Like, is it Hermes? Is it the Hermes container, Plucus with the Plow Chat API?
Could be. I just had this running through. This is just running those isolates that I was talking about. So this just runs the little like thing in Cloudflare and it's always on. Hits the map and the map's on.
Yeah, I like that.
These are cool. I'm trying to keep building this out so it's like easier to demo and like in the UI you can just put plus one of these gets built for you and provisions the chat thread and the permissions and
Right.
so the backing thing behind this though is like a 100 line project, right? Like it really is smart. It's very quick to spin up and show somebody like the kind of stuff that you can.
What is this tech called? It's Icelet. Cloudflare is I.
I think it's like a worker, maybe. I can do a better job of breaking down the Cloudflare stack behind it, but it's a worker. Isolate is some part of it. I don't know. It's basically like this thing that runs at the edge, I think, that's backed by SQLite. Everything is durable through SQLite. And I created those APIs so you could do like webhooks, so it could ping this thing and wake it up from hibernation basically whenever new cloud message comes in.
Does this? Can I use my Claude login or OpenAI login with these, or do I have to provide a key?
And this is key to any cloud. But AI you might be able to. This is running with Claude from a key, I think. There's also other models you can run on there. But right now this one's Claude key.
Um, hmm. I I want us all dogfooding one sanctioned tech stack.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about this to know how capable it is. But this tech stack would be the candidate. Like, if we launched the tech stack, we basically launch my agent and say, text Sam's agent or whatever, text the founder's agent. It'll walk you through. It's like a one-click start your own agent, you know? So anyone can create an agent to do any like targeted task with like the Plow Chat API, with the Plow Desktop API, and maybe web connectors like Google. Daniel is very biased towards my people,
My Plow was rebranded.
rebranded to my Plow. Um,
What I'm struggling with is like Hermes is going to be great. I think if we want to have like an agent that can do a whole bunch of different things, and but if we wanted to have like you want to build like a receipt finder or whatever, like it's probably and have these like more targeted things that do it. That might be the wrong tool. And that's where like the worker thing might become more interesting. But if it's just like a generic like kind of jack of all trades, I would think Hermes is the right move.
Why do you think Hermes is the right move for generic use cases?
I guess my question would be like, would you prefer for generic use cases Hermes or Claude?
Claude, you're talking about Claude Code.
Yeah, Claude Code.
Uh,
I guess I wouldn't have a super strong opinion, but I think like the things that Hermes solves is like the memories and like the plug-in nature of everything, and like Claude Code you're just gonna get like regular action and number of pool use limits per session after running the like weird things like that.
So what you don't like about Claude is that
I use Claude, like Claude runs my Domo here, and it's like I think it does a really great job. I just have never used it to do anything that's like trying to replace Hermes. I have to imagine there's some value of like this broad ecosystem of Hermes, so
yeah,
to do like a bunch of these like that's just my assumption.
I think you know something that
I personally would be much more excited if we were to like have like 5 different agents doing very specific things. That's where I'm hoping we can do that. I feel like we don't know what those things are. And so my worry would be that we would end up again in a situation where it's like they download the MCP relay thing, they like the Hermes or my people or whatever, and it's like, okay, what's happening?
I think about an agent has like the factor of skills. For example, the DoorDash or there's a system that runs something MCP that could be a Claude example is just Claude between Claude or ACP and Claude. And I think of Claude as like the most powerful
Yeah, this is an agent not running on your machine, just to be clear.
So I think the candidates in my mind are like imagine anything running on like Raspberry Pi, so that it's always on, or a cloud, like this software thing. So I can see Claude Code running on the Pi being a candidate, I can see Hermes being a candidate running on the Pi, or this like really thin harness in the cloud.
I like the plot of the investment bank, except for like plot on the smallest team. Or like
Yeah.
often like
The Claude Code to me feels like you can have multiple of them in complete isolation running. That feels like that would be a little bit more than like having all those extra attributes.
Wait, sorry, why can't you do Hermes, like multiple Hermes containers?
Well, if you were doing that on your Pi or something, then
I think it's got to, I think our front end agent, if we launch it, will be a service. So it's like dead simple, one click, spin up a service. Um, or like one message, message Sam's agent to get your own phone number with X behind it. Um,
I think the slickest and fastest experience is going to be these software things, where it's like they're just like right there, ready for you. There's no setup.
okay, I'm gonna try using that. When I'm just like investing so much into my OpenClaw plow, my local plow, right? And it just doesn't feel right to be doing that. But I'm doing it because it's genuinely useful for me, right? And I don't want to lose access to it. So I need to switch to something. Okay. Um, okay. Yeah. Once it's working, I think I think we should. What I want to hear is like Daniel. I get you like my people, but I need to hear from somebody else that they, like somebody else on this team is recommending my people, or like we should be trying each other's thing versus working on our own. What we need to do less of is working on our own projects in isolation, because then we just have four different prototypes that work for us personally but are not products that we're going to ship to users. um, and so I want to encourage everybody to dog food candidates, like things that are candidates to ship to users. Does that make sense? um, So I don't want to prescribe like, Lucas, you try my people. I'm trying this thing, but whatever. But I just like, I just want to see less like pet projects and more like momentum building on top of momentum. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to give anybody like passive feedback. You know, like this isn't directed at anyone in particular, but rather like like we got to be dog food in our own stuff and use that as a signal that something is ready for users. Dog fooding each other's stuff. Like the earliest signal that something's ready for users is like someone here is using somebody else's thing and loves it, right? Does that connect with everybody? Anyone disagree with that? And this is true for Rowan and Mary and me. Like, let's try to use these tools that others are building to, and solving problems with. I mean, if anything, Mary's doing a great job with like OpenClaw. Sorry, with the legacy plow. But essentially, Mary and I need to switch off of the legacy plow, I think. Any questions about this?
I think I think that makes sense. I'm trying to figure out how to move forward with this, but I agree with what you're saying.
Um,
What are kind of like options in terms of
there's Daniel's My People.
which is just something that like
Yeah, Daniel could get it set up for you like on EC2, and it's essentially a Claude with an iMessage phone number and any Claude skill you create for it.
I don't know why we would like that. I mean, I don't know if you want to like debate this or not, but like I don't know. That feels like a lot of extra risk for. Like, is there benefits? Like, I don't understand the benefit. It feels like just like using like a Hermes or something because like there's
I don't know. Daniel feels very strongly about My People, so I don't know that we should debate it right now. But Daniel, basically, if you want to ship My People, if you want to continue working on My People, you got to get another Plow employee on it. Otherwise, you're working on your own pet project on company time. So, and it's true. It's true for all of us. We're all doing this, right? Like I'm putting PRs into the legacy OpenClaw thing because I want it personally, and I need to stop doing that. And Plutus, you're working on Domo, even though our priority right now is the desktop thing.
this is like I think my one soft informed opinion so far is that wherever we land like needs to be easily accessible, which I think you were getting at of like if we go with Hermes it has to be like super easy to install or something like that. But I think like to have some like dependency on like say Hermes or OpenClaw or my people, and it's like figure that out and then like hand it this MCP server like isn't like that doesn't work for me. So I think the benefit, and I know this isn't necessarily what we're debating, but like the benefit I see at this point in time of either this like Claude or Chad or maybe this Cloudflare agent, I don't know exactly how it works, is that it just like works. Like I don't have to have an existing setup.
Yeah,
So I mean, like I'm saying that it could be that all of a sudden Hermes is a part of the install, and like we've done this with OpenCloud, make it simple. But like, if we're not planning on putting that as a part of our like install package, then I don't think we should go those directions.
I just want to say, like, along those lines of like direction, is like, there's already a cloud agent and how it's associated
Jonathan, you're very quiet for us. I don't know if it's true for other people. On ours, there's background noise. Oh, yeah.
That's the foundation for me for getting involved in not a pet project anymore.
Let me just like name what we are talking about here, just to be really clear. Um, so there are like, oops, let me share. Let me make this bigger. Um, we contemplated three efforts. One is, can everyone see this? Yeah, dead simple agent provisioning. Uh, the community is alive, and actually, Daniel has a another um, like streamer that's doing this, and that we could learn from. So Daniel, it would be worth sharing this out. What you learned here, like what you saw here. Um, you know, where you have like a builder index and you have an agent index, right? And you have like demos of like what are other people doing with their agents, right? And how many tokens are they spending? And then you have my life stays local, right? There's like three components to our master plan. Basically, to put another way, we have like probably enough money in the bank account to take three swings of this magnitude. And what we're talking about is like, what is the tech behind this swing? And what I want to know is somebody who didn't build the thing, I want to hear them using and recommending something else for the agent provisioning. Okay, that was a tangent. How do we? I have a proposal, which is that Mary prioritize the user feedback that came in from the dog fooding. And then we review that and kind of do a scrum for the remainder of today and tomorrow, basically until the launch. Does that sound good to everyone? Anything on anything on the prior topic before we move on to the next topic?
What would be helpful for me to try? Like Cloud Legacy
I think Daniel should get you set up on My People. Um, and Daniel, I want to try My People too. I want to try two so that I can just have both experiences. This is lower priority though than like the launch tomorrow. All right. Okay, so Mary, you just let us know when you have an opinion about, and you can anything that's not. There will probably be a bunch of these that aren't clear,
Yeah.
and you just follow up with whoever. I thought it was done, but it was actually working in the background. I thought it just wasn't responding. According to, I think it was Jonathan or Lucas, the it's a browser.
to complete the discovery for adversarial agent if API keys. And we want to proxy on keys so desktop users don't get it. Do you remember what that's going to happen?
Yeah, so the background behind that is right now in the settings, there's a place you can put an API key, and that will act as your adversarial agent. But we had talked about, well, we already have an API key that we can use, so we can use that, but if we were just to like ship that in the app, then that'd be like shipping. At least assume we wanted to like provide this for users. So that'd be shipping like a paid for key to all the users, that would be an issue. So we need to do something about that if we're not using global model, but want to provide that in the future.
Got it.
Unless there's some way to get around out.
No, so I shipped this already, but I mean, I shipped it today, but there's now a place in there where it just uses your cloud account and it proxies through our API to do that. Just have cloud app goes through it, like the cloud credits today uses the same. So that should be working. And then there's still a tab to use an Anthropic key if you want to do your own thing. Doesn't just work. But anyways, I can fix that, I guess. If we want to support that, or if we just want to force people to go through the cloud.
Well, so I mean, I guess what you're saying is once we do the initial account creation, then you get logged in, and then it proxies goes through. So it's like super easy for the user.
Yes, so the latest updates that I think they're merged, that we're not testing today, is that when you launch the app, it forces you to log in to the cloud first, and then it defaults to using the cloud API for the app server review.
Oh, cool.
So you don't see the tabs or anything until you log in.
Nice. Did you make it reach the node, or it's just like
That was merged like I don't know, 11 or something.
Thank you.
I think yesterday. Do you want me to kick off another build?
Yeah, we can. I will always be working on stuff, I guess. I have other fixes coming in for like the way that we talk about the MCP and creating an agent based on Mary's feedback from last week. So that should be good. But we can always just get off a little bit.
All right. Okay, cool. I'm going to delete that bullet, but you can feel free to add it back if it's not up to your standards.
What are you guys, what docs are you talking about? Just so
Yeah, I just share. I can share. I just at the bottom of the 1018 launch blockers doc, I just kind of been copying and reading all the feedback that came through.
Okay, cool.
Let me find this. I think we can, well, Daniel just, maybe when Daniel's back, we can go through it. If you want.
Great. Yeah. Sounds good. Daniel, Mary was wanting to go through.
Yeah. The launch block, or well, not launch blockers, but just through that list.
Give me just 2 minutes.
Okay. We're waiting for Lucas. Oh. Yeah. No. working on your thing with the door. All right, y'all ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Okay, and put it in our dog fooding feed or whatever you call it. But I essentially just took everything, well, maybe not everything, took most of the things that people put. So if I missed something that feels important, feel free to call it out. I kind of thought I summarized it up enough, but so feel free to call out like a change in priority. I didn't spend too much time on that. I more just wanted to make sure we had everything
Which page
captured.
is this? Oh, the launch blockers.
Launch blockers.
Great.
Okay. I feel pretty, I mean, I don't know if other people feel as strongly as I do, but I feel like we should be using Plow, not Domo. Domo doesn't have any existence outside of our internal use, so I think we need to update that name and icon to Plow. Let's see. So I think this is like one of the only like real bugs I've noticed. Domo hands over, like when the fill secrets call fails, Domo will hand over the like password or secret in the playwright error. I think it happened to me and Jonathan. I feel like we should probably fix that. Kind of defeats the whole point of having a secrets manager. If it just hands it away. All right, vault filling doesn't work if you don't enable the URL. I've kind of learned that the painful way. I think a couple people reported that. Message vault needs oldest access, and there's like no real setup flow for that. I feel like there's also probably, I don't know if we have any other connectors or any other settings we want to include. I feel like we probably want to walk people through, at least on message vault, because I feel like it's part of our main value props. Probably also a walkthrough of the vault itself. That's a little confusing.
Has anybody done any work with the message vault?
I was using message vault.
I've got some of it running.
Like I had it running just from 6 months ago, but like this, is there like this cloud relay know anything about it or like?
Yeah, I've got it so that I'm building message vault. This is not my local phone, but it's like ships message vault and messages from just guys less than a thing.
Okay.
I think it depends. There's, obviously going to be trade-offs. There's work, like UI work. I think I want to do to make that easy.
This morning,
Answer to is anyone doing this? The answer is yes. I think they're still open for what the future really looks like.
yeah, this morning, or the first thing I did was just, I manually wanted to get Domo desktop, oldest access, and then I was able to ask it all the questions about external messages, which was great. Okay, boundary between when an agent should and shouldn't use Domo is unclear, and sometimes it requires you to say with Domo do X. I don't know how much control we have over that if we're using Claude.ai, but I do feel like that is something that I noticed the pain of, and I feel like a casual user might install Plow and then forget what Plow can do, and not constantly making use Plow to do this, use Plow to do that. So I don't know if there's any thoughts on how we solve that. Sammy reported this browser. Oh, go ahead.
I just say I have some thoughts on this.
Okay.
I think we can probably do a better job of descriptions on the rules for the boundary, so we can just better explain what the cloud relay is. So if the user's asking, say the user's asking questions
foolproof, but I think we can do it right now.
Sam, you reported this browser is not appearing in the audit log. I don't know if you consider that like a high priority.
Let me pull up the report. Yeah, it was, I think it was failing. So this is when I moved my laptop from, this is when I left home and came here, and so really it sounded like the MCP server was down. When I restarted Domo Desktop and it seemed to work. So I think this one is really about testing whether Domo Desktop reconnects when internet reconnects, like turning the internet on and off.
Okay.
Okay, you also reported this next one, and my best understanding is like there's a silent like approval ask, so like if an agent actually needs approval, it's not asking for it, so straight up like
Yeah.
like you jumped in and gave it approval, and it was like, oh great, now I can move forward.
Yeah, this was like once an approval is granted, the agent doesn't like restart. I'm not sure what to. This might be about prompting, you know, where you like the MCP server prompts the agent to check again in 5 minutes or check again in a minute if approval hasn't been granted yet. Does that make sense, y'all? So it's like if I ask it to go to Mercury and then it asks for approval and then 2 minutes later I approve, the agent then has just stopped. It doesn't realize, it's not polling the MCP server where it realizes the approval has been granted.
Yeah, I think I ran into this too.
So I wonder if there's a way to change like the prompting or instructions to the agent to encourage polling the approval status or something.
Well, we run into a secondary issue, you know, how it's set up. Let's say you approve it, you're approving kind of that single request. So then later it'll go back and be like, let me get approval again. If you do an always approve, it's fine. But if you do just like, oh, approve once, then it's gonna negate the approval, unfortunately.
I'm not sure I'm fully following what's breaking there, Jonathan, but I don't know that I need to follow it as long as you communicate it to whoever works on this. But it sounds like something around the reapproval.
Like the tool call, like, okay, it's trying to get the tool call, and then it's being like, okay, it hit some timeout of the tool call. And it's not like, I mean, maybe we could do it and ask, like, do I have approval for this, like a status call? We don't have like the notion of a status call. I'm not sure how we really solve it because you say allow once, and it approved that tool call before it did it, but now it's like not really connected. So what's going to happen is when it checks back and pulls later, it's going to be like, okay, try to do this again, then you're going to get the problems. Okay. You say always allow, then it's like fine, and you go forward. If you say allow once, then the next time it tries to do it, you get the mission style. Does that make sense?
Oh, I see. Yeah, so you're in this like infinite loop, is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean,
I see.
you hit it within the timeout, it's fine.
Right. Yeah. Okay. You can just call that the infinite approval loop if you're not quick. And whoever's working on that, we can follow up with.
Alright. Okay, these next two are just, wow, Domo's not really being clear about what it's doing. In the audit log, there's a pending status that doesn't sound like it's actually a pending status. So we need a new name for that.
Yeah, that was just a misname.
Okay, so new name for that, and then, oh, go ahead.
Right, so that's a
Sounds like we also need better thinking, messaging. Sam reported this, thought the agent just wasn't responding even though it was still working in the background. So I don't know if we have a thinking or processing kind of indicator within the desktop app. I guess that's where did you go to check the audit or?
I think this is below the line,
Okay.
unless somebody knows how to fix this. This is essentially just like, that this I don't know how to fix this with the MCP server without messing around with the agent. This would be like once we decide what agent to ship, because the agents typically handle the thinking. Did somebody say something?
I was just saying, I agree. I don't think we have to double check that the MCP server gives the agent everything it needs to have that status, but
Okay,
I don't think there's much that we can do.
great. Jonathan, you had noted this, need to implement new agent creation flow. Was that in reference to what I shared last week, or are you thinking of a whole different flow that needs to be kind of invented?
Yeah, I think that was like what you would share. We need to actually
Implement it,
yeah.
yeah. So, sounds like
Yeah,
Lucas
so
might
I
be
was
on
wondering
that.
that I have, yep. That was a PR.
Cool. Let me just. Alright, vault setup is confusing / scary. I'm guessing some of these first three things are just in reference to what you see within the Domo app. Of the vault page is doesn't really explain the vault yet.
Just put vault and then it's just like here's a URL, here's an email, and a password, and that's
Yeah.
where it's from. What Explorer.
Yep. Probably at least some of these things probably I can do a design pass on Daniel.
Instead of letting the user know about why they need access to the browser, just use local vault to create and manage credentials. Then you do interface whatever way you want.
You're saying that
These would be the email and password. Yeah.
we wouldn't even open the vault Warden browser, we would just display the vault items within
They can become one.
is that aligned with if we choose or without choosing an agent now, that would work for any agent we choose to move forward with?
Yeah, there's a philosophical are we a password manager?
Yeah.
But this would work with any agent.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point. I was initially really liking the idea of managing the UI.
Yeah, I kind of like it too, what you're suggesting,
Yeah.
Daniel, but we're kind of committing to being a password manager with this product then.
Yeah. For the agent. The agents, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Is that what you recommend, Daniel?
Yeah, so if we don't do that, then we're limited to what we did for one interface.
Okay, let's do it.
Sorry. Let's say that if we own this UI, whatever we want, versus having to more one. That would be more work.
Was there like a command line or something where we can just call it two-side and get it once? We don't even need to use like server or just do it all with that.
Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah. My data system is solid, so we have the UI
Yeah, I think we're saying like we control the UI, like we don't have to have the user go through it. It's just change things.
I think if we did that, the like last 4 or 5 bullets are just irrelevant.
Let me.
Yeah, so this is one case where the browser warning. So if we wanted to keep the browser, then the user will need to give some access to authenticate a credential.
I don't think we need to keep the browser.
Yeah,
Do
we
you?
need to keep the
Yeah.
browser. I'm saying that if we want to keep the browser, this is not a communication that is necessary.
Right. Okay. I do very much want to Oh, what was that, Jonathan?
Another credential-less rename something that's not really in the vault setup. That's when the agent is trying to figure out what I can use password-wise, it'll like have a list of all the various things, and so that's not related to us owning the UI. The credential-less rename templates is a different point.
The credential stuff is just what I was trying to say is the certificate security warning. That would be an issue.
I'm not 100% following, but is this credential rename?
This read is like the agent can
Yeah, so
take a
that's
look at
still
the log to
a
figure out,
valid.
oh, there is a Mercury buggy.
So this is still a valid bullet point.
No, this is not an issue.
Okay. Great. You have an idea, you know what you're doing on this stuff. Cool.
Yeah.
Something needs to be done with the goals page. I agree. I think that's on me. Claude AI, got AI, times up very quickly, waiting for an approval. There. Is that
We have the same problem above.
what?
No, this is the same problem as above.
Oh, okay.
So is there something we can do in the messaging of the MCP server or the prompts to like discourage Claude.ai from timing out and encourage polling? You know, like, okay, so here's an example. I don't know what the MCP server, I don't know anything about like how this works, but you can imagine a authentication server that replies access pending or access denied. And instead of those messages in the response text, you can imagine like a response text that's like, access will be granted in 30 seconds. You know, which would very much encourage the agent to check again in 30 seconds. You know, and then it's like, maybe there's exponential back off, right? Where it's like, access will be granted in a minute, or access will be granted in 5 minutes. To like discourage the agent from returning to the user.
Yeah, I don't actually know.
Okay.
No info and app, watching good Discord support, etc.
Okay, so this is like,
Feel like a funny, yeah, just
yeah.
design feedback. Only one browser session can run at a time. Users prevented from running and it actually moved that since we have a below the line. Move that there since we're not focused on multi-agent setups right now. Unless someone makes a case for it.
Yeah, below the line. That's great.
Just a couple things to do.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so let's, how do we want to, are we using initials? Okay, you're using initials. Can we use like an initial or like well, okay, as long as everyone can find the things that they're owning. Okay, open, so I have one question. So this is not like drag and drop working with Message Vault right now, right? Like, I guess I'm trying to understand the Message Vault strategy.
I mean, the way I'm thinking about it is it should just be a open solution so that when you get this app, you get Message Vault, and that's really the back end for anything like message related. And the reason of doing that versus just like doing individual searches is that then we can do things like use local embedding models down the road and provide like much better experience for finding messages.
Okay. Okay, so Message Vault wasn't working out of the box for me.
It's not included right now.
What's that?
It's not included. There's literally nothing legal right now related to it.
I see. Okay, so is that above the line or below the line?
Depends on the ship date. There's question marks on the feature, so I think that's a little up to the general priority on how critical it is to get user wins.
Can I ask a
I mean, it's
question
clear
on
like
that?
Mary was able to get it working with just full disk access that.
Well, maybe it's not message.
Able to like find messages, so that's like actually pretty encouraging. I feel that we can just have include full disk access, and then the agent might actually be able to do some of the minimum things that we want to do with Message Vault.
So, Mary, do you have Message Vault installed on your machine?
Honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I have whatever or Domo desktop installed. I thought it was Message Vault, but it might have just been that I gave Domo full disk access and it just went and read my messages. So that's what I asked to do.
Yeah, we'll handle all sorts of time. Just look at the basic messages database.
Okay, let's cut Message Vault out of the launch.
Do we still want to pull this?
So yeah, so then there's something about education around full disk access, and it's like, when do we ask for full disk access? It might be when the first request comes in that requires it, and communicate that we will not then give the agent full disk access. Like we're protecting this. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I would much prefer to have full disk access and like delegate tools like Message Vault.
I mean, we're talking about though for the launch like tomorrow, right? I would love to have Message Vault. The experience I had was like magical of using it, right, with embeddings.
So you can if you install it. I don't know exactly what you were hitting on why it couldn't execute. It sounded like that was an issue, but if
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand. Like we can run any CLI on here. I think when I say I think I'm more speaking on for the hypothetical user that doesn't know that message fault exists as a thing. So I guess Lucas, I agree with you. I just don't. I'm questioning whether or not it should hold the launch up. I think that's the question. Are you advocating to hold the launch up, or are you advocating to
I'm
that?
not advocating the launch, I just want to make sure that like when we do add message ball, for example, we can remove full disk access stuff from the desktop app.
We would at least I would need a single flow, and it should be possible, but we still need to ask for the best disk access for message only on behalf of that.
Okay. Would cloud then be able to run anything?
So
As long as, like, you're clicking the icon in the settings that says like message ball, right?
yeah, I think we would do some. I don't know if we can ask for ourselves. Like I don't know exactly how it works for like sub products that we want to isolate. If we ask it for cloud and message ball can access, we need to figure out how to just ask it for message ball without being like too confusing. So I think it should be possible.
I'm probably biased because I have message ball already working, but like, it would be great to just not like wrap it as much as it is, just like have it running on your computer in a way, like in a normal flow. And we could maybe have pooling or something around like knowing how to access it and aggregate results, or have some local model that knows how to like call it and aggregate those results before we turn.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of like almost like a C where certain tasks have like a installable recipe and then you gain the capability. And in that case, I think it's okay to do where it's like, oh, this is just like a binary
Yeah.
breakfast, just like a homework type of thing.
Yeah. Okay. This is all later though, I think. Okay, and then the adversarial agent. What'd you say, Daniel? Sorry? What was that? You want to cut? You're proposing cut it? Is it working at all? The adversarial agent? Like does it just require an Anthropic key?
It works. I'm sorry, I didn't get into the build for today, but in main right now, it uses the cloud chat API. Not the cloud chat API, but it uses the cloud relay. The cloud proxy? I don't know. We have too many names of things. It uses whatever cloud.app uses to like go in and talk.
Okay, so it's working by default.
The inference is fine. Whether the adversarial agent itself is any good, like it seems to be working for me, but I don't have a ton of experience with it. It was blocking some stuff that I thought would go pretty well. Anyway.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay, did you see this list? Did you sign up for just some stuff on there that I think we could, like the anything, the message one stuff? Yeah.
One new viewer on Twitch. Sam tries to build.
I mean, Sam into what was good. I thought Eric was typing on those. I didn't realize it was a self startup thing. Simple quote. I was just waiting to. I'll add myself. There were some things there that you signed up for, but I'll also put on one as well.
Okay. let's do an async stand up for tomorrow. Just in over the next 30 minutes, post your stand up update. So we're gonna skip tomorrow's stand up.
Okay. We also skipping daily yield.
No, I don't think so.
We'll have an hour-long daily yield.
I mean,
and
it'd be good
stand
to
up.
it'd be good to keep those to 30 minutes, but
Is the launch like product hunt tomorrow end of the day?
yeah, that's the plan.
And then people from product hunt will already like order food.
Yeah, one thing I kind of don't want the food, like I'm gonna customize my agent to not take food orders until like a certain time. So initially it'll be like,
Could it add to the cart or like per schedule?
yeah, we'll have to think about this. I have to use the bathroom. We should have gone before our meeting, but sorry. How do I mute? Take off our microphones.
Hey Daniel, did you ever look into the Firefox password manager? While you were researching that for Billboard or whatever?
Which password?
Just like the one that's built into the browser.
No.
Okay.
Right.
I was just asking around.
Did you see something?
Well, I don't know if it's interesting or not, but I was just curious because I was looking at how ChatGPT was in the browser password manager stuff, and it's like, they use Chrome embedded inside ChatGPT, which is fine, but then it looks like they're just building everything on top of the Chrome password manager that's built in. So they have, like I was showing you last week, that they have their own UI site to put in passwords and all that stuff too, but the backend appears to just be the embedded Chrome that they're using. So I was just curious if we had researched a similar path for CamelFox and having the built-in password manager there. I just was curious.
Yeah, I know.
I would keep going with what you're doing.
Yeah, but it would be cool, like just export cookies. I don't know if it works like this or on one drop.
Yeah, the whole importing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know how that would work. You don't do any importing, right? Like everyone's just been manually creating stuff.
Yeah, so
The page.
Guardian supports importing and exporting, but this would be like a manual process. So you would go to a password with export a file, and then import from a file to
that's where you start a tech company. This is like looks like a vlog place.
Media company.
So what are you doing? Is selling your personality and podcast on the LinkedIn?
No, I started a podcast on your updates on LinkedIn.
Yeah. How are you?
How
Good.
are you doing?
Well,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. Are you all work in this office too? Okay, nice.
So you're on the third floor? We're on the third floor, yeah.
Nice.
Okay. All right, cool. Now I look at your office. I don't think we're gonna be here long. Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, Brian is space. Or
Yeah, and it's more like we were remote, right? Like if there's a certain office, like if we want to go to that office too, then
yeah.
we want to have more space.
Is there going to be a back to office?
I don't know, probably not. I don't know if we do.
Yeah, you're being live streamed, so
Yeah.
be careful what you say.
Hi, Phuket.
You might not
Okay,
be
so
able to
then
do it.
Yeah, you might be announcing the back to office.
Got it. Stick a mic on you.
Yeah, but well, it's cool space. Like I did not know when did you guys come in?
June?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we were in like a tiny little office for May, but then we moved in here in June.
Sam, we started with 2 people office here.
Yeah.
Like I was the first one here with other buddies, then we expanded to 8 people, then expanded to the 20 people office up there.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you have a 20, so that's what you have now?
Yeah.
Do people come in? Or not?
Kind of, government made a mandate for director of level about 2 days a week. So it's Monday and Wednesday usually.
Yeah.
But like they also have the option of San Francisco, so we've got some traffic. Wednesday is where I take the tube for half an hour.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you get people on Wednesday?
Yeah. Like I was checking, I was going to read you after that, and I was like, oh yeah, everything be the same. And I checked this morning your location. You're in the Menlo Park. I was like, what a lazy ass he is.
Doesn't even
He
come
does
in.
not go to work until 1 p.m.
If you're coming in 2 days a week, I'm pretty sure I'm coming in.
Well, I just work, you know. You're in Menlo Park somewhere, you're doing mimosas. So like, I was like, oh well. That's the transition.
It's good. I mean, mostly it's just good to work with Mary and Lucas and Daniel here.
Yeah, just remember everybody on the screen's name. You should like announce right. Don't miss everyone.
Everyone's really good. So that's fun. Yeah, we'll see.
Can I ask you a real question? Since starting of this company, has your relationship with your wife improved?
I wouldn't say it's improved, but I don't know that it's gotten worse. It's been pretty good. Honestly, the last company was very helpful because it just forced me to be very intentional about. I started really with Mary and Daniel a relationship coaching product intended to save high conflict marriages from divorce and help people.
Oh, so that's the reason for the question. I'm like,
Yeah.
where is this
I don't
going?
know if that is. I don't know if that's.
Yeah,
the
that's
reason.
the intention. I was like, have you been trying out your own product?
So that's the
That's the
Dog
whole product, though.
that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be shipped.
I'm gonna head outside dog allergies.
Oh, yeah.
But this is a new thing. But
But is this still related to that, or is
we kind of spun out some of the tech, so that's going to go to market, and it's kind of not. It's sort of confidential, like what the plans are. So I shouldn't say too much about it, but we spun out some of the tech, and so this is essentially prototyping on top of that.
Okay. Well, yeah, I got your message. I was like not clear. Like, am I an investor of the new company, old company,
You're an investor in the old company.
Damn it! So you spin out of it.
You gotta be, you gotta be out. But yeah, all investors will get some investment in the new thing, based on the value of the assets that we pulled out of it. But so if you're an investor,
Oh, nice. I'm just feeling cool. But are you coming every day, I guess, or like working in the office?
it's like a loose 3 days a week.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So that's cool. Yeah, we should catch up sometime.
Grab lunch, grab drinks.
Yeah.
Maybe in Menlo Park. Well, like you spend most of the morning at.
I didn't realize I'm sharing my location with you.
You are. You and Meg and Jonathan Chen. Like we all have each other's relations. So you also know where I am. Like,
Do I
that's
have
why-
your location?
Yeah.
There you go.
So I was like,
How much do
you really
remember?
cannot catch me?
Yeah. Let's see if I don't know if I
Fine.
Dennis, leave it.
yeah, you're not showing up online.
Hey, leave it.
Maybe I had it at one point.
Dennis.
Probably just do that. Want to know where I am.
No, I don't see it. It's loaded,
See, like I have the options. The off sharing, so I'm sharing right now. So you just
and
cannot
that's,
see.
this was 2 days ago.
And well, it's not crashing.
Oh,
So either Wednesday you can come to
Right.
happy hour, or
Do you do, when do you do happy hour?
usually 3 or 4. Then my team is heading out.
4 o'clock, 3 o'clock happy hour?
Well, just we do it
Wow.
once a week, unlike like the whole morning in Menlo Park every day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, text me next time,
Okay.
or I guess Wednesday, right? Maybe we can do
Response.
Wednesday.
Sammy, if I'm married to you, your response to a text message is going to be the key reason we divorced.
This Wednesday, we'll do it this Wednesday, we'll do it joint.
No, this Wednesday I'm visiting my team member who is just gave birth to a baby, so
Oh, nice.
I am be in the south actually. So next Monday, Wednesday.
Okay, alright,
Okay.
sounds good.
Hey
man, see ya.
Good to see you.
Just run from them?
Yeah.
You want water?
No, I'm good.
I think
What you need to be true?
Um, I guess I don't. I guess I don't understand what my people gets me that like the current Plow app doesn't get me.
Plow, legacy plow,
The legacy Plow.
legacy plow.
Yeah.
Legacy. Yeah. So you are able to make legacy plow work for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
To technology.
I didn't actually tweak. I just fixed bugs as I found them. So.
Yeah. And what happens if OpenClaw upgrades or updates when you?
Well, with the legacy Plow, it's pinned to a particular version of OpenClaw. So every update is like you have to test it. You know. I mean, there's reasons why we're not shipping legacy Plow to. You know.
Yeah. So I think it's internally are you using our OpenAI backend?
I'm using my OpenAI login with legacy Plow.
OpenAI login.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. So OpenAI login is the same, like not the same, but it's like the same benefit. You don't need to pay for it, right?
Right. Right.
My Plow, you don't need to pay as well.
Yeah.
And like the difficulty, if OpenClaw upgrades, you need to remind your system to make it work. It's not. We don't have this. If Claude upgrades, there's a little if there, but assuming the user is typing in the keyboard and Claude tries when it stops, is there? Like that's what we need.
Yeah.
If you're happy with your OpenClaw, time is running.
Well, no. To be clear, like I'm trying to switch off of OpenClaw. I'm trying to switch off of Legacy Plow, but I want to switch on to something that is like that we would launch to users. And
yeah, we launching to users is just like we are happy with it and we are happy enough to launch to everything.
I don't. What I want to avoid. So what I want to avoid is like I think there's an element of like simplicity and focus, right? Like I think it's by like what I want to avoid is creating a competitor to OpenClaw. I mean, we've already got like a lot of surface area. You know, now we have like a password manager, and you know, and so in some ways, the way that I think about it, the agent front is like, what's like the simplest thing?
That's when you say this, I resonate with that a lot. When I say like I don't want to create open class, because I would just use whatever Claude Anthropic releases as Claude Pride, which is what people pay for. and the stuff that we do is stuff that say Apple is not going to develop this. Like Apple is not going to develop this Domo connector to the Mac. This stuff makes sense. So this makes a lot of sense to me for us to develop, as opposed to the brain.
Right.
Which we're doing
I think
so
we
like-
don't want to develop the brain.
Yeah. I don't at all. And when I could use Domo MCP in Cloud.ai, or like in my cloud, or in Grok, or in Dropbox, like this felt very good because it could take whatever brain I wanted and give access to my Mac to that brain.
Yeah.
So it smells like a good, like great
Right.
direction.
Right.
When you're talking about like a password manager, then like we are packaging something that the user needs to install on his computer to work, versus like if there was an integration to whatever password manager the user already wants. Like I'm happy with one password. If you're not happy with one password but you use beforehand, that's just the CLI that we could different. Feels intriguing versus we but I get that this is an option, like we package everything that the user needs to do what they want to try to install. But I wouldn't mind copying the prompt that tells my brain that to use passwords, it just needs to follow these simple instructions to install environment, like the agent to install it. As I use it.
Right. So passwords are like their own beast, right? Because like ultimately I want to be able to text this on the go and like authenticate something remotely, and if passwords are in 1Password, you're kind of beholden to 1Password's authentication and unlocking, or like there's just I'm not confident in our ability to integrate with every password manager. Really the starting point for what you're advocating for is like us supporting Apple passwords, which you kind of went the Vault Warden path versus supporting Apple passwords, and I assume there was a reason for that. Like you chose to package Vault Warden versus integrate with Apple passwords. And if you can't integrate with Apple passwords, which is like the one everyone uses, what's the point of integrating with the one no one uses? So I think the route you're describing there would start with figuring out how to make like the key and passwords working.
Making the password work, the Apple password.
Uh-huh. Which if we can do that, I would love. I mean, I would love to ship that. I think that's a better experience.
So it smells like closing the system in a way to get access to it. When they were exploring the
Right.
possibilities there. What was possible was the legacy. It's not Apple passwords, it's like
Keychain.
keychain. Yeah.
I think Apple passwords is just an interface on top of Keychain, but I don't fully understand because isn't everything that's in Apple passwords also in Keychain?
I don't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're going to keep chain, then keep chain is possible. The start of this conversation was if there were you. Oh yeah, so your reply was that there's no benefit. You just said that.
Well, we're moving away from the legacy plow. I think my people or my plow is sort of like in the same bucket of like.
Oh, legacy.
Yeah, like I don't think of my people as like very easy to deploy and yeah, I like I don't know what the argument is to deploy my people over deploying, let's say, OpenClaw.
Like deploying the current legacy that works. This of the clone.
Let me put it a different way. If I am running an agent on my machine, not sandboxed, then I see a strong argument for Claude or Codex, right? Because it's got root access to my machine. It can do all sorts of, it can do anything.
Yeah.
But that's not the model we're contemplating. And so the argument for a wrapper for one of those things becomes a lot less interesting to me.
Yeah. Why is this?
Benny, no. Benny, come here. Hey, come here. Hey, come on.
What? So why is not the just because? Why is it not attractive to have the agent input access to your computer that like real stuff like everything you could do?
I think what we are looking to do is we're targeting a particular type of user that doesn't trust giving AI access to all of their data in their machine. Listen, I think we got to launch this. You tell me what you want me to do. Yeah, I can install it and use it. I mean, I want to give it. I want to understand what you've built. But it's just not clear to me if it's not going to be running on my machine. It's not clear to me that it's like better than shipping OpenClaw, one click, deploy this. It's got a more compatible license. It's got a huge ecosystem of tools, and if we're not even doing that, yeah. So far, the best experience I've used is Hermes, So that's in a Docker container. Why? Yeah, it's a little bit more self-aware. and
There's one thing you shared, like when you give back,
it learns. Yep.
Change the system, like gives you confidence that if something was changed.
And it's it deals with long threads with compacting.
Mm-hmm.
I just have found it to be more reliable than OpenClaw. Although the new OpenClaw is really good. I haven't had any issues with the new OpenClaw.
So both works for you.
Yeah. And I see the value of running yours on my machine, but that's not in a container. It's not clear that it outperforms Hermes and OpenClaw if we're deploying it in a container, effectively, which is probably what we'll do is deploy something in a hosted container.
Yeah.
But I'm up for trying it.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
What time are you going?
I have a user interview in 30 minutes.
This isn't a lot.
Oh yeah. I'll probably go after this user interview. What time are you going?
Well, I have no time.
There's no relationships here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, you have a relationship.
Value in like approval queue, in, like the new Plow app. Just I have my agents are like kind of taking old designs and then like merging it in, so like some things are being carried over, and I'm just like trying to evaluate like is that useful or not.
Well, it seems like right now that if you don't approve something quickly, it's effectively denied.
Okay.
Because that Claude moves on.
Yeah.
So there may be multiple requests that arrive within 5 seconds,
Mm-hmm.
So I could imagine there being, I don't know, I would defer to like Lucas on like how long should we give the user the opportunity to approve?
Got it.
Yeah.
Herman, like, so right now, my agents are kind of taking these designs and like sandwiching some new stuff on them, but like some old stuff is resisting, like this like kind of permissions, like permissions kind of queue. And I just don't know if that even makes sense in our first world to have it. Like this is like the home. So like if you were to open up this or go into this agent, these are like I guess top things you should keep in mind. I don't know. But if things go stale quickly,
I don't have, I mean, I kind of don't think
we want to show.
we want to have a bunch of these like dialogues just running around. Like I don't think an agent should just like spin forever waiting under Google either. So
Great, cutting it.
yeah, I'm hoping that auto mode will be kind of more like where these approvals are way less valuable, and maybe we can even do some cool stuff with like the phone at some point too. To like that might be a better service to do this than.
Yeah. I was running on just always yes earlier, and I was really confused. So if you guys were talking about it, I just forgot that I had said it that way.
Yeah.
Just runs. Just trust it.
Yeah, there's also like, I mean, it's confusing too because it's like Google's in Claw.ai too, like instead of the MCP server to ask you, or the Claw.ai to ask you every time it tries to use the MCP. And there's like Google's there on the back, those use it, so you can have like double Google.
One new viewer on Twitch. Watch me pivot.
settings and like vaults would be on a per agent level or a per like person user level? I guess we don't really need to answer that now, but just kind of curious what how you're actually thinking of that, if you are.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be cool to have like a single vault, and then like when you're creating an agent, you can say like, here's the stuff that I don't have access to, and just be like pointers into that vault. Or I could ask for other permissions or something, or other things that it needs from there later. But I'm kind of thinking of like one token, like every agent will have like a list of things that it can do. Like it can access the Plow relay, it can access this Plow chat API thread, and so it can send messages to there. Maybe those are the ones that I'm working with today, but I can imagine it saying, okay, now access these things.
Cara, isso aí é uma.
One new viewer on Twitch. Sam tries to build.
Dá pra ser. Pode ser. Eu não sei se isso aí, sei lá, igual, né? Mas, isso aí, tipo, tem um pouco de liberdade. Quer dizer, tem bastante liberdade no caso. Bota o título, pode botar. Cara, isso é uma coisa que dá pra você. Isso é uma coisa que dá pra você montar. Tá? Tipo assim, montar e, tipo assim, pra amanhã, pra fazer amanhã. Cara, isso aí você pode fazer. Você pode fazer, você pode fazer. Na real, você pode bolar o que você quer fazer. Entendeu? Tipo assim, fala, bora, montar estratégia, sabe? Qual que é o objetivo?
You got too much tomorrow. Same with mics.
You can plug yours in there, I guess.
Okay. You turn it off. Yes.
Yeah.
Do I get another USB-C?
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Recording in progress.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Spencer.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Spencer, your hair is like so much better
Oh,
than
yeah.
I saw you.
I probably haven't had a haircut since I last saw you. So.
Oh my
But
God.
I'm gonna have a haircut next week before Burning Man, so we'll see what they can do with it.
Yeah, nice, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining. Have you had a chance to really meet Sam before, or is this the
I've
first
never
time?
met Sam. No.
I don't think so. Good to
Oh
meet
my
you.
gosh.
I've just
Amazing.
heard about him from your mother.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Nothing bad, Sam.
Which one of you did YC first?
Sam did YC.
Yeah.
Sam did YC. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam, just by way of quick intro, Spencer is probably one of the most thoughtful founders that I know. Like Spencer won't just answer a question; he'll actually think about it first and actually give you an answer that he's really kind of like deeply thought about. It's I don't know. You're a very special human, Spencer. So it's great to see you. And you know, the two of you share some interests around AI. So I would love to get feedback on this on this builder index. But I thought maybe first it might be worth, Spencer, when we were at dinner, you were talking about this AI like life intelligence system that you were building, and Sam's in that world. So where the two of you wanna start in terms of getting to know each other a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. This has been like a little more on the back burner for me, but I think at the time I was trying to ramp on like an energy activist fund I was looking at doing, and there's just so much information coming at you from all these different angles. I was building out a lot of tools around like how can I kind of like give an AI like a whole podcast feed. It goes and it does all the transcripts and then like pulls out what parts of that are most relevant for me. And so I've continued that and I've pivoted out of like the energy investment space at this point. But like I have it such that like I can subscribe to an email newsletter, a YouTube channel, or anything else, and it'll just make like a daily sort of briefing for me based on like all these like inbound sources ranked by relevance with like summaries personalized to me. And that's been pretty powerful. It's gotten it to the point where like it maybe has taken a little of the joy out of like going to watch a YouTube video or read something, because I think like I very much forced myself to into this weird place where it's like, oh, am I consuming this for information? In which case, like it's very businessy, or is this entertainment? And I'm noticing like how many of the things were like this weird in between, or like entertainment that I could justify on the basis of information. But like this 10-minute YouTube video could be a paragraph kind of.
Right. Yeah, interesting.
Weren't you also, you wanted to, either you were going to or you did process like thousands of photos? I know you had wanted to do that. I don't know if you actually ever did that. That seemed to be a big part of it. Like,
yeah, this has been a component too, where like as I live my life, I'm taking screenshots of everything and like trying to like get book recommendations and like pipe them into Notebook-LM and fully automate out that pipeline. With the way the AI tools are right now, like automating the inbound of like YouTube channels and other things are a lot easier. And the photos, at least 6 months ago, were harder. So I didn't make as much progress on that, but that is something I have in the back of my head where it's like, how can I take all the context that I'm exposed to in my life and like different tasks that might emerge from different things I encounter, and then be able to like move forward with those things in a more actionable way. And I'm kind of working on the actionable way side of things, where I've shifted everything out of Things, which was the app I used for a long time, into Linear for both personal and work stuff. And then Linear has really taken off, particularly for coding tasks. And that's what I've been spending a lot of my time on, where I'm like working on projects, but then like also spending a lot of time making these developer tools to run loops and use like Linear as a state machine and manage like the interrelation of all these issues, and think about like how do we ask agents to go and like run like a relatively sparse conflict-free set of things simultaneously, and then you do integrations, generate additional issues, and then kind of continue with subsequent waves.
It is interesting to hear you say you use Linear. I have this thesis that a lot of the tools we use as humans, you know, a corporation is just like an amalgamation of like biological language models that are directed towards a common goal. And so, yeah, the fact that Linear is working for you isn't completely surprising.
Yeah, lots to talk about here. By the way, I was so excited for the two of you to meet each other. I totally forgot to ask Spencer, any objections if I capture a transcript of what we're talking about today?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay, cool. I'm going to drop a link for Sam if you want to join this live session. Spencer, you're welcome to as well, but it's just like a real-time transcript tool that we're using. Cool. Okay.
This is the pivot for Storytel, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's happening. I mean, the whole world feels like it's changed since we had dinner. What was that? Maybe 6 months ago? Something like that.
Yeah, that's been like October or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe,
I think it was like January. I think it was like January.
Maybe January.
I think it was like January. So Sam, I know Spencer, his partner, not only through YC, but his partner Phoebe runs Pareto, and Eric and Phoebe have done some work together. So like the four of us have had dinner a couple times and stuff like that. Yeah.
As a heads up, Phoebe and I actually split up several months ago too.
Oh, so, all right, ex-partner.
Yeah, new adventures, but yeah, still a lot of adventures we had together and a lot of care. So very similar worlds.
Maybe a perfect time to go to Burning Man then.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've only been to Burning Man with a partner before, and I think it'll be a very distinct experience.
Oh my gosh, yeah, totally, man. Sam, so what I would propose for today is, I don't know how much context you want to give Spencer about what you're up to and why you made the Builder Index. I mean, I'm on this call because I'm a huge fan of the Builder Index, and I think there's a lot that it could do. And so I know, Spencer, I think I saw from Sam, like you were using it, but then maybe you stopped, and just understanding a bit about that. But where do you want to start, Sam? What's
yeah, good? I mean, I don't want to use too much of the next 20 minutes talking about myself, but I'll just, and I'm mostly curious, Spencer, about why you use the Builder Index, and Daniel, I know you have a way that you do user interviews, so I kind of want to learn. I kind of want to see that as well, because I'm curious about it, especially the hopes and dreams part. But yeah, Spencer, I can give you any grounding if it's helpful. I built that on a whim. Because there are a number of engineers in my community, and I wanted to learn from them, and so I convinced them to install this, and it's just kind of grown organically from there. And it's just a fun way to see, like, okay, what activity, like how much you get you get motion, but you obviously then have to infer like velocity and towards a goal, and so, but it's part of the equation. And I've ended up interviewing a handful of the engineers on the index about their workflows, and like, it's interesting you mentioned loops. Like, there are two different camps that I've interviewed. Like Peter Steinberger, I interviewed him. Mm-hmm. He's very anti-loop. I wouldn't say very, but he's like, it's actually good. There's Wes McKinney, who's the founder of Pandas, the Python data science library, and he's like very anti-loop. Then there's like Peter Steinberger, who just like doesn't really use loops, and then there's like Dark Software Factory stuff, if you haven't heard that, or if you've heard anything about that. And so there's one of the kind of the founders of that methodology on the index, who's very pro loop, and so it's just been, for me, a journey in seeing how others code and being able to adopt some of that myself. So pretty simple. I think on first principles, like, I felt a moral obligation to do this. When you look at the fabric of society, and disruptive technologies, often they kind of tug at the fabric. And so you might have two people who study the same thing in school, and one ends up getting $100 million job offer, and the other one ends up getting laid off, and they're in the same place. And at the end of the day, they both have to go into the same bar and like hang out, and participate in the same democracy. And so helping everyone feel like they're winning, I think, means disseminating, like, okay, what are the earliest adopters doing?
One new viewer on Twitch Watch Me Pivot.
And so that was honestly one of my, I would say, kind of more motivating, like, tenets that have motivated both this and other projects that I've built. So, and there's a long story there around like work that I've done in like the earliest days of AI and how that's landed in society. But I'll just leave it at that. So yeah, maybe unless you have any questions about any of that, maybe we can turn it over to you and Daniel. Are you up for running the, like just learning more from Spencer about what he was looking to do with the leaderboard? Okay, so Spencer, before I do that though,
Spencer, that's helpful context, and Cohesive, like making society more cohesive is probably like my life goal if I had to sum it
Yeah.
up. So,
Nice.
and make systems that don't hurt people
Right.
and like are built with care.
Yeah. Surprisingly hard to do, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's been many times when I've been surprised by the unexpected side effects of the work that I've done. Cool. Okay. Daniel, maybe I'll turn it over to you then.
Cool. Okay. All right. So Spencer, I've got questions.
Yeah.
Can you just share a little bit about what are you up to right now? So I know that you've been doing some finance work for Pareto, you've been doing a bunch of personal projects. Like, what are you up to now, and how did the Builder Index kind of enter into your life? What was the starting point for it?
Yeah. Ever since the start of the year, I've just really been spending essentially all of my time working with the models and like building things. And the original interest was like on the finance stuff and like be like 95th percentile at energy, finance, and AI. And then I found the AI stuff just more interesting, and it seemed like there was more depth there, and I want to continue to contextualize it in the physical world. But just spending like all of my time building projects and really enjoying that. So I've had like 4 or 5 different projects I was building at the start of the year, and then it's narrowed very quickly down to like 1, call it 2 if we count all like the dev tools that I'm building around this. So the main thing right now is a distributed supercomputer using people's Macs. So when they're not using them, you can get paid by doing AI jobs like transcription. And so I'm spending most of my time building that, and then developer tools to support like the velocity of that. I think I encountered Builder Index along with all the other leaderboards around the same time. I feel like this is like February, March, where these things were like getting really popular. People were talking a lot about token maxing, and it seemed like it was like pretty easy to just put your name on this. And I was like very high on token use, and like, oh, why not do this? And like maybe this will accumulate some amount of like clout or like credibility with engineers or find collaborators or investors or something like that. And I think I stopped using this one just because there was some bug, and I signed up for like 5 of these, and I was like, oh, this is like the marginal one.
Which others do you use, out of curiosity?
Strahd, I think, is the only one still running at this point, which is built by like a friend of a friend. And then there were at least 2 or 3 others that I had a cron on. But I feel like they're kind of like, at least if we're just like posting our token usage to some website and having a leaderboard, it feels kind of commoditized, and like I guess one platform will win, and I believe that it's like good to be at the start of the platform and have like a good username or something, but as a user not particularly attached to any of them. And now I think it's like maybe an anti-signal to like overly token max. Like a lot of the work that I'm doing is to, especially with linear, is to like take tasks and then figure out what level of intelligence is appropriate for this task, and like how do we use like the most like how do we use the level that it deserves and nothing more in terms of resources for both coding, for reviewing, for CI, and so on and so forth.
All right, Sam, do you have more questions about Strahd or any other tool?
So in some ways, like being on a leaderboard has like you use the word clout, but there's like also sort of this kind of vibe coding, like reckless element of being at the top of the leaderboard. Am I hearing a little bit of that? So it's less
I just like
meaningful.
wasn't impressed by the other people on the leaderboard. I'm like, oh, it's so cool. Other people are using these tools as much as me. I wonder what cool shit they're building. And like, I'm not like, I guess I'm also not like publishing a ton of the things that I'm building, but like other people are also not publishing it. It's like, oh, well, like this is not necessarily like a marketing channel. Like I can't independently assess if this person's a good engineer from like their position on this leaderboard, and then just like looking at what they have publicly available on the internet. Like I still have to go have a conversation with this person.
would you be willing to share a little bit more about what keeps you using Strahd? I mean, is it just a friend of a friend? Is that
It's
why?
just a cron.
Yeah.
It's like if it broke
I
tomorrow, I would
haven't
stop
turned it
using
off
it.
yet.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, got it. Okay. All right, so to
And
paraphrase,
I think they have some, like if I go on Strahd, I think I have like 300 followers or something. And it's like, oh, I don't know, like maybe this is a platform.
are you up for sharing your screen and just showing anything about it that you do or don't like? Anything that like stands out to you, just kind of like train of thought as you look at it? And then maybe we can talk a little bit about what you would like from it, something like this.
Yeah, can you see it? So the thing I actually use is Codex Bar to track token usage, but that's more of like burn rates on weekly accounts since I pay for Claude, Codex, and Grok. And I want to be able to like think about how those decline. But this is like, I don't know, like it's fun to have a streak. I guess it's been broke. Well, you asked me if I would stop using if it was broken. I guess it's broken. So I guess I'm no longer a user of Strahd. I think like there were some like comments around this, and it was kind of interesting to see the breakdown of like models over time. And like maybe it would be interesting to go and see, I don't know if this is a feature they have, but like some my usage over time across models or something. It just feels like vanity metrics. Like I don't actually know how applicable it is. I think the most valuable thing is like the 214 followers or whatever that I have. But I don't know who any of these people are. And then there's the leaderboard. But like I don't think this person spent $70,000 in a week. Like there's just something wrong with the code. And I go and I look at this person. Okay, maybe this is actually someone's startup. Maybe this person actually spent $70,000 in a week. But I think you're kind of like stupid if you spent $70,000 in a week. And I feel like we have like an anti-signal with like Haas class of 26. So maybe you didn't spend $70,000 this week. Like, yeah, like he's shipping something. I feel like this would be good for this person as like if I was this person, I would want to be on top of this leaderboard because I'm running a job board.
Right.
But most of what I'm doing now are they err on like the side of being more consumer apps, and like maybe I guess maybe the DevTool stuff. It would be useful if like people found the DevTool stuff and wanted to use it more. But I don't really have an issue with that. Like I just have a lot of friends when I talk about my setup that like want to pay me money to run that.
Wait, can you talk a little bit more about that? Can you actually can you show us what you're up to? Do you have anything that you can show around like the distributed Mac? This is
that one. This is the Mac app. Maybe I can just share my whole screen. Let me move this to the new desktop here.
Is this a full-time, is this like a side project, or is this like a full-time?
No, this is what I'm spending all of my time on.
Cool.
And like there's still some things going on in the background, but yeah, this is the main app. I don't know if I have a build that's working right now. But like the app basically just where is it? Yeah, so this is the Acorn app. This is a messed up UI build, but it just runs in the background. Like when it's plugged in, it will go and like, maybe I can show you a dummy data feature flag version. I guess not. It's just going to run, like it knows how much CPU you're using and how much memory you're using in the background. And like when you're not using the computer, it's going to try to like fill the CPU up with additional tasks. And then you'll get paid like several cents an hour basically for doing this work. And so there's a few different like models that you can run. So right now we're mostly audio transcription. So you can like download the different models. And then there's like a little, like this is mainly how people experience it. where it's just like a little thing that lives in the menu bar, and when the computer's plugged in and they're not using it, it'll just tell them how much money they made.
Got it.
And tons of stuff like under the hood to support that.
That's cool. Okay, so not thinking about any specific builder index, what are some of the themes or things that you long for right now around, maybe we talk about it as like community of others like you or others that are trying to
One
solve
new
the same
viewer on
problems,
Twitch,
or
Sam
just like what
tries
do you
to
wish
build.
existed that doesn't exist today that would be useful?
I think it's always hard to know like which things coming out in AI are worth my time to like learn more about and pursue.
Mm.
And I think like the biggest experience I had here was people getting like really into Claudebot and then like not necessarily producing returns that people were excited about. And now like we have, I guess it's Grokbot that just came out, and like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to decide like, should I go invest 2 or 3 hours to set up Grokbot? But I don't have any friends that have set up Grokbot, and like I guess I'm gonna kind of ask people. But I almost want like an upvote type system around all the AI launches. And it's like, oh, should I go like spend 20 minutes messing around with Muse Spark or whatever? Or like, is Chemi K3 actually very good? And I end up like just trying a bunch of stuff, but like I only started using Grok 4.5 like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I think like I probably should have been using it earlier. I'm not sure quite when the model was released, but like that's been like a big unlock just with having more tokens to fire at things.
So to paraphrase, is it true that if we just reimagine a leaderboard so it's not like a vanity thing, but it's, busy people that are doing meaningful things, and
yeah, it has to be really high signal.
Yeah.
Like there's some like nature of the exponential where it's like I think I perceive myself to be like fairly high up on the exponential. But also like I know I'm friends with a lot of people who are definitely like beyond me. And then like when I go home like to New Hampshire, like my dad is on the $20 a month Cursor plan, and he's making like Mac apps for himself, but like is not really aware of a lot of these other things. And I think there's just like a long thing. And like you don't want any of those people in the community. You actually only want like the top part of the exponential.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to like gatekeep that.
How willing would you be to have, so I'm making an assumption that part of the important part of this is that it's somewhat automated, so you're not having to manually report things, but it's like, what are the things you're actually using? Is that true? Do you want something that just runs and actually shows how much people are using different things in a way that you can try to get some signal about what is worth investing in? Or how do you imagine, like if it's not just about token maxing, but it's about, all the different, like the stack, basically, the stack you're actually running.
Yeah.
Like, how willing would you be to share your stack in some automated way that gives you access to see what others are actually doing? And would that solve?
Oh, on like a paid compensation data kind of way. Like I give to get.
Totally
I'd be
like
pretty
that.
open to that.
And if it were something like that, would you want to limit the people you shared it with, or would you not really care? Or like how kind of freely or openly would you want
I
to
just
share
wouldn't.
that?
I think I'd pretty openly share the stack of like, oh, like I don't like all these tools exist, and like people will eventually converge to them. And even if there's some alpha today, like I don't want to be in the dev tools business. Like I just want someone else to build this, and I think they have no moat, and like this generally is not a good place to be. Like for me personally, I want to go like spend time like making the supercomputer thing. So I'm like quite like like I thought about open sourcing my linear setup.
So to paraphrase then, like if you ran some sort of an agent on your computer that was reporting on all the tooling that you're actually using, and then I heard you talk about like almost like I'm imagining like a Hacker News style comment board where people can actually be asking questions about it, talking about it, like there's some kind of a community element. Is that the kind of thing that you would find valuable? How close is that to?
I've never been like very into online communities, but I think like if there was some sort of like Hacker News style like ranking of like launches that had come out recently, and it was like, oh yeah, like don't think about Muse Spark, but look at Kimi K3.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be valuable insofar as like, okay, I have like 4 hours to play around with new things today. Like, what do I want to spend that on?
Sam, what observations, thoughts, reactions? Because you've talked to a lot more people than I have. How does what Spencer's talking about resonate with others when you've heard?
Yeah, I mean, it's. Are you? Sorry, I got somebody else here who's, I think, connected to my audio. Did this turn on? Sorry, I'm distracted now because Dana, was that was Discord? Okay.
I can't hear anything other than you. But
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just mostly want to, if I'm streaming, I want you Spencer, to know about it. If I'm streaming you.
Hello, Twitch.
So yeah, I mean, what you're describing, Spencer, is like spot on. You know, like I'm hearing pretty consistently that there's only so many hours in the day, and like you could basically spend all of those hours keeping tabs on what's being released. And I think all of our users are looking for some way to get higher quality signal on what's vaporware, which a lot of it honestly is, right? It's just like polished demos, right? Versus actual products that you can use to solve real problems. So yeah, there's a very consistent theme there, Daniel, to answer your question. And I think it's also aligned. I mean, what I'm hearing from you, Spencer, and correct me if I'm wrong, is like, this is not about like social networking or like networking with other engineers, and just more like this is like you want a tool to tell you what, you know, or some resource that tells you what these are the things that are genuinely useful for other people.
As a solo developer, yes, I am, but I'm also like trying to project ahead, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, like engineers will eventually join this company, and they'll join the company in like a substantially smaller number than engineers have in the past, but also like my bar is
One new viewer on Twitch Watch Me Pivot
for people to join, and I don't like sourcing those people will be a challenge at some point, and insofar as I could like establish a reputation or credibility with people who are also like really good at this stuff, that would be something that's like valuable to me, but in not like a particularly like not in an immediately monetizable way, but like is an investment I'm willing to kind of put for it.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I would ask you, Spencer. So I'm going to share my screen for a second. The reason that I am excited about the Builder Index and what Sam's up to is because I see an opportunity to try to live the thing that I'm building, which is taking a lot of conversations like this and being able to turn it into code in like really effective and efficient ways. Yeah. And so the Builder Index just feels like a really good kind of like petri dish for this. And so I'm happy to burn some tokens, seeing if I can build a couple things that people want to, you know, test this. And so what I'd love to do is to take the feedback that you've been giving, and this is the Live Sessions app. So we've got like everything that you've said, and I've got screenshots and stuff like that. And then actually try to send it off to a coding agent to create the thing that you're saying you would most want, and then see if it, you know, is or isn't the thing that you would actually use. If you want it badly enough to actually try it, I think that would be my question, is like, if we built something that's more of like a what stack you're actually running versus just how many tokens you're burning, that sounds to me like maybe the biggest pivot on this. Would you actually try that?
It's just a question of like what the stack looks like, and I think like the thing I have in mind is almost more of like you can get this information two ways. You can see what people are actually using, which I think makes more sense in the long run.
Is like, if we build something
at the end of the day, like I maybe don't trust like I'm hesitant to trust the taste of other people on this platform. And like almost what I want is, there's some website, I forget the name of it, that I look at every week. It's just like all like, it's a consolidated list of all the launches that happened in the last week. and like bold the ones that seem like more important or something. And I just like will click the links and look at all of them. And that gives me like 3 or 4 tools that I could try. And what I'd actually like is like higher signal on like which of these is actually useful for people. And maybe that's like almost like an upvote layer on like the last week of things that have launched, where it's like, oh yeah, don't look at the new Alibaba video. That one isn't good, but like the new Kimi model is good.
Would you be willing to share
I would
data?
upvote on something like that. Like I'm happy to go find the website for you too.
Yeah, that'd be great. But I think what I'm hearing you say is like you'd rather that it be a manual process first instead of automated. Is that true?
Well, it's just like what is the stack? Like I'm trying to think about like what telemetry data you would even get about my stack. And like you'd see the tool that I'm kind of building, you'd see Linear, you'd see Grok, you'd see Claude, you'd see OpenAI tossed in there. But I think it'd be hard to get like the nuances of, oh yes, I pivoted from using like SSH into a remote box to run a lot of these sessions, and I just use the Codex remote control feature now. And like maybe your telemetry can do that, but it starts to be like really invasive telemetry as well.
I think that's what I'm wondering is how invasive you would feel comfortable with it being if you were getting something on the other side.
Well, I run most development off of a dev box, so like I don't really care about the dev box.
Sam, I know we're at time here, we're a little bit over, but any thoughts about something like what's one thing that might be worth trying based on Spencer's feedback?
Is there anything we've discussed that's like interesting enough to you that you would go to people that you have like you would want to learn from and be like, hey, can you install this so I can learn from you? And the expectation of the answer is no, but I'm.
Well, I do constantly have these conversations with people in person or over text. Like if something comes out and I'm trying to evaluate, like, should I set up Grokbot? And I like talk to 3 friends. So like it was like we can just, presumably they're having these conversations with other people, and if we can just consolidate the conversations about like Grokbot in one place, like this would be useful to me. And I would encourage other people to also do this. It's just like, how do you, I think it's more of like a data ingestion problem. I don't know if like telemetry is the means by which you do that versus just like, here's the public launches from like the top 10 places making AI products.
Yeah.
And maybe you could even have user submitted ones like Hacker News style.
Yeah. Cool.
But I guess then that begs the question, like, presumably all these conversations are already happening on Hacker News, and why am I not just like going on Hacker News and like reading people's responses about Grokbot?
Yeah.
And the answer that comes to mind to me is like, maybe I think the signal is not great, or I just don't care enough.
Yeah.
Or like I trust my 3 friends specifically because I know their like level of competence rather than like random person on the internet.
Right.
We got feedback from another user also asking for more community, and there's a bunch of things that we're kicking around. Would you be up for trying to reinstall the agent if we get some adjacent things built that are in this like learning from others space? Is that interesting enough to try, or?
I'm down to reinstall it just because we're friends. And like it's probably pretty, like I'm just gonna take the link and I'm gonna give it to the agent, and if it installs it correctly, like it installs it correctly, and if it doesn't, then like I'm probably less excited. Like,
for sure.
So
cool. Okay, well, Sam, are you up for debriefing for a couple more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would love to grab a meal with both of you if you're maybe post Burning Man, Spencer.
Yeah. Are you gonna go this year at all, or?
Not this year.
Not this year. Yeah. And the surgery went okay? Or did you decide if you needed?
Got surgery. Yeah.
It's a scary one. My cousin had that.
Yeah, really. You know, he was like, we gave him the choice. Like, intensive antibiotics for, who knows how long, and then maybe it comes back, or just pull it out. He's like, I want it out. So.
Well, now he's all ready to be an astronaut because they make you get an appendectomy anyway.
They really?
If you're gonna go to space.
No, I'll tell him. He'll love to hear that, man. That's awesome.
Maybe some of the Antarctica people might have to get them too, or at least in like the 50s or 60s, because there were some horrible stories of people needing that procedure. And yeah.
Oh man! All right. Thanks for that
He's
little
fit to be an explorer.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to grab a meal sometime. Okay. I'm still in San Francisco. Don't have a car, but working in FIDI and live near Alamo.
Okay. Cool. Awesome, man. We'll definitely
Thanks,
do it.
See you soon. Nice to meet you.
Bye. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Bye.
All right. How long do you have?
I have like 3 minutes before I need to catch the Caltrain.
Okay. Reactions?
Yeah, it's like a very consistent theme. I think there's like a bunch of different ways to take it. That's what I'm struggling with.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've toyed with. Originally, it was started as like, hey, you've got to use Hacker News to use this, and this is like for Hacker News users.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost like this like sidecar community for Hacker News users, and like some of what he said takes me back to that original vision. You can imagine of like a tab on Watch Me on AI Worth Using, which is just like the news and who is using what thing that gets announced, or like like where you just take announcements and I don't know, there's some, like you vet them in some way, like are people in the comments saying they use them, take all the Hacker News, like users that seem credible and have a, like, is their account old? Do they have karma? And like, are they using the thing and finding value out of it? There's more instrumentation. Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's actually an interestingly low bar to get somebody like him to install something. He's basically like, either it'll work or it won't. I'll send it off to my coding agent. That seems, so it's like actually getting people to install something and try doesn't feel like it's that hard. It's actually surprisingly hard to get it to keep working and work right. Just like it broke for him, it's broken for me a bunch of times. So getting people like him, to be using it, to be able to get feedback, like ongoing feedback, that feels to me like the most important thing, where it's like, oh, we're going to try one little thing and then see how people react to it. But like they have to be using it in order for that to be possible. So, like I almost would want to see if we could just get him to reinstall it and, have like one tiny, like what's the tiniest little feature that's adjacent to what he was asking for. Aaron was asking for like short videos, like 30-second videos. Like that seems like the kind of thing that Spencer wants to learn from others.
Yeah.
And then actually try to be revving with actual usage from users versus like maybes.
Yeah.
It makes me want to talk more to people that are actually using it. Like Aaron had some just very specific asks. I have a few PRs that I want to just make sure look okay before I ask you to look at them, but like making plugins, like sharing plugins and other stuff that kind of gets to the same thing, which is like, I just want to be able to learn faster from others. But I think what I would do is I would take Aaron's feedback and his feedback and like try to like ship a small little thing and be like, okay, Spencer, like reinstall this, and then let's like get more feedback from you as about what you actually think. I think the people that he mentioned, like there's basically like, I love the way that he said, there's like the people that are on the steep part of the curve, and then there's like the 99 point whatever, 99.9% of like the rest of the world that like would love to learn from the most progressive people. So it's like, how do you create a little bit of a like a community amongst the most progressive people that just has a lot of like exhaust that drives a lot
Yeah,
of,
I mean, I love the idea of being able to ask, because like, so I mean, if you want to do something like the 30-second video, I would love to ship that. The thing that I'm most curious about is like the ability to ask these people things about their usage. So like, you know, like Jesse, I mean, these people have like Wikipedia pages, right? To his point about the being in the 99%.
right?
You know, like these are legit engineers. You know, or there are a few of those here.
Yeah.
And like being able to ask a question like, why did your Fable usage spike on this day? You know, like what, you know, or whatever. I think would also pull the publisher back in.
Have you asked Wes how he would want to receive a question like that? Like in what?
No, I mean, I haven't. No, I haven't.
How would you want to receive a question like that?
I think there's some sort of like, I think there's some sort of like queue where like my Claude, you know, just like receives the question and drafts a response, and I could just like hit send and review it, you know. But
how often do you go to this? Like if there was something on the front of this page, like Sam wants to know about XYZ.
I go to often enough that I would see that. But we also have their emails, you know. So
yeah, I think that's a great thing. I'll be happy to try throwing that over to Sparkle and see what it comes up with.
And like